CC Sabathia has beaten the Royals more than any other American League team. And it looked like another easy night for the big left-hander last night. For 8 innings, that is. The Royals rallied against Sabathia and reliever David Robertson for 2 runs in the 9th, but came up 1 run short. Game 2 with the Yankees is next on Fox Sports Kansas City. Kyle Davies' last win was in New York against the Yankees. That also happens to be the Royals' last win against New York. And after another close game, the Royals dropped Game 1 last night, 4-3. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium with Royals Hall of Famer Paul Splittorff. I'm Ryan Lefevre, and we opened last night talking about opportunities that are presented to several young players getting ready for next year. Now, Split, as far as Kyle Davies goes, he's been in a big league rotation all season long, something he hasn't done before this year.
Well, that's something he's really been capitalizing on lately. Now, he has had an opportunity each of the last 3 years, really hadn't come through to take full advantage of it. But right now, I think he's pitching some of the best and most consistent ball of his career. Good fastball, both sides of the plate, so kind of come and go with the command of it, but the curveball has been very good. Changeup has good fade to it. He's been ahead in the count more recently than he has over the last 3 years. So that's something you hope he takes out there with him again tonight.
And for Kyle tonight, he'll be making his 23rd start of the year. He's never had that many starts in one big league season. The Royals made it close late last night. Alex Gordon had a couple of hits in the game. He got a rally started in the 9th. Tonight, the Royals should be facing Andy Pettitte, but he's on the disabled list. We'll talk about who the Royals will face when we come back. Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. By Kellogg's, the best to you each morning. And by the Missouri Lottery. Last time the Royals faced Dustin Mosley, he was pitching out of the Yankees bullpen. Tonight, he'll make his 4th consecutive start.
Well, he's in the rotation because of an injury to Andy Pettit, who's really solid on Sunday night at home against the Boston Red Sox. Really controlled them all night long in the ball game. The Yankees were able to win, but he was down in the zone, good sinking action on a two-seam fastball, good curveball. Slider was a strikeout pitch for him. He got it into the late innings on Sunday night.
Yankees lineup tonight presented by M&I Bank. Curtis Granderson broke out of a slump last night, so he'll move up to the number 2 position. Jorge Posada is back in the lineup behind the plate. Lance Berkman, acquired from the Astros around the trading deadline, will be the designated hitter, and the speedy left fielder Brett Gardner will bat 9th and is in left field. Here's the key report for Kyle Davies.
Well, favorable count is always important, but the better the opponent, the more important that becomes. And I don't think anybody is better offensively than New York. The curve has been a key lately. He needs to have a good one here tonight and stay on this side of the fence. No home runs given up his last 2 times out. Just 1 home run given up his last 3 outings.
And when he faced the Yankees last, he did not give up Alex Rodriguez's 600th home run, but he gave up 2 to Mark Teixeira, who was hitless last night. He did drive in a run. It's game 2 between the Royals and the Yankees, and the first pitch is next. And high definition, brought to you by Time Warner Cable, where HD is free with digital cable. Back on July the 26th, Jason Kendall became just the 5th catcher in history to have at least 2,000 games behind the plate. And the Royals, along with Vice President of Community Affairs Toby Cook, honored Kendall before the game tonight.
From Carlton Fisk, he writes, Jason, there are a very select few that know what it takes to catch 2,000-plus games. I'm proud to know your career. Congratulations, Carlton Fisk.
Royals then presented him with a gold-plated catcher's mask, and Ned Yost did the official handover to Jason right there, and I know it meant a lot to him coming from his manager, who was a former catcher.
First of all, thank you very much. It's an honor going out here every night and putting on this jersey and playing in front of you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
And with that, we begin the game. And Kendall hanging some signs down for Kyle Davies. And his first pitch to Derek Jeter is inside. By the way, Jason is the youngest in Major League history to get to 2,000 career games, and he did it the fastest, just 15 seasons. Ivan Rodriguez and Bob Boone did it in 17 seasons. Gary Carter and Carlton Fisk needed 21 years. Kendall did it in 15. So Jeter ends up with a leadoff single. By the way, he and Kendall were born on the same day. Joel and I were born on the same. No, we weren't. But let's go down to Joel. He's on the field.
You're older by a little bit. You know, Ryan, you always say the tip your cap thing. Whoever tips their cap. I asked Tony Pena today about Jason Kendall, and he did one of these. A very long, dramatic tip of the cap. That was a real tip of the cap from a guy that caught 1,950 games in his Major League career. So there aren't a whole lot of guys that would have Tony Pena's insight on catching. And he said of Jason Kendall that he's really been doing a lot right for so many years to have been out there for so long. He said nobody realizes the grind it takes on the body. You play through knee injuries, you play through arm injuries. And he said at one point he just kind of stopped paying attention to the injuries and just kept on going. And he thinks that's indeed what Jason Kendall's been able to do. Just keep on going out there every single day, never knowing about those injuries, guys.
All right, thank you, Joel. I remember talking to A.J. Pierzynski when we were in Chicago, and he and Jason are both going to make it at least 1,000 innings behind the plate in a 9th consecutive season, and they're the only two who have done that. And the first thing that came out of A.J. Pierzynski's mouth was there's luck involved to avoid a very serious injury. But back in 1999, Kendall had a terrible ankle injury, and he was lucky to come back from that.
Yeah, Joe said a great line here this afternoon. He says, I remember a time I had to catch 6 consecutive days. About killed me. For a full week, he played every day. He also talked about how Jason just find a way to endure. Play through everything. Don't let anything bother you. Easier said than done.
One on, one out. Mark Teixeira drove in his 86th run last night. Otherwise was 0 for 4. And 2-0 from Kyle Davies. When Kyle was in New York back on July the 24th, he beat the Yankees. Gave up 4 earned runs and 5 in the 3rd innings. He did allow 3 home runs, and 2 of those were to Mark Teixeira.
So with that in mind, Ryan, if you're going to pick out one guy in their lineup, you're going to try to stay out of a place where he can beat you in a ball game. This would be the guy he would identify right here. It really wasn't a great ball game for Kyle on that day. He went 5 in the 3rd innings, had 10 base runners on against him if you add up the base hits and the walks given up. So he was in trouble a whole lot, but was able to fight his way through it.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 98 degrees with the heat index. That is 106 degrees. Game started at 7:10. Time and temp brought to you by the parking spot. Easy to spot, easy to park. The parking spot at KCI. And it will begin to cool down now for the next half hour or so. There are heavy thunderstorms off to the west expected to arrive here sometime before 8 o'clock if they continue in this direction. So that's the potential bad news. The potential good news is that anytime we get a thunderstorm this time of year, it usually moves pretty quickly, and it usually takes some of the heat and humidity with it.
So with rain pending, normally in a ball game like this, you try to get something on the board early, just in case you end up going 5 innings.
3-2 on Teixeira.
You mentioned Kyle beating the Yankees at the end of last month. The Royals have really done pretty well in his starts lately. They've won 5 out of his last 7 times out.
Jeter runs, and that's ball 4. So the stat the Royals always keep a close eye on when Kyle Davies is on the mound, the walk. And that puts 2 on for Alex Rodriguez.
Fastball command, always a big item for him. He's been up and down really throughout his career with that. The walks elevated a little bit this year, but if you're giving up walks, you're also falling behind in the count a lot when you're not giving up the free pass. So get ahead, strike one, the most important thing. He's trying to kind of prove that his last couple times out.
Fastball got away from him. 2 starts ago in Oakland, Kyle had no control of his fastball at all, but he got through it, mixing in his curve and his changeup and his cut fastball. And then on Sunday at Seattle, he took the loss, but he had a very good fastball. Good life on it. Only gave up 2 runs in 6 innings, but Royals lost that game 3-2.
And in that ball game at Oakland, half of those strikeouts came on curves, the other half on the changeup. So that can be an out pitch, but it all comes off the fastball. Pitch with the fastball and work at the other things and try to set your hitters up with it. But the fastball is number one every time out for Kyle Davis.
Chance for 2 if the Royals hurry. Now Betancourt's going to flip over to first base and get Alex Rodriguez. So Mark Teixeira, who's not normally known as a fast runner, gets to second base, and Betancourt, feeling like he had 1 out, went to first. And 2 runners in scoring position with 2 down.
I think from that angle, it would have been a tough throw to second base. I think that would have been behind him because he's in there at the cut of the grass. Now, had a play at second base, so we're not going to get 2 at any rate. So he took the easy out at first. I hope you can get the number 5 hitter in the lineup.
And the number 5 hitter is Robinson Cano. 0 for 3 last night. He did walk a couple of times and scored a run. Line to right field. Mitch Meyer is there. So the Yankees leave 2 in scoring position and fail to score.
Yeah, he did.
The Yankees in game 2, and the Royals lineup is presented by M&I Bank. Gregor Blanco's back in there after having to leave early last night because of heat exhaustion. Kila Kaihue will move down to the number 5 spot. Wilson Betemit will hit cleanup. Alex Gordon will hit 6th. A couple of hits, 2 runs scored last night. And the Royals finishing last night's game with 12 hits, but only 3 runs. Tonight they face Dustin Mosley. Here's the Kia report.
Well, Ryan, he's the fill-in starter, so you hope to get 5 innings out of him. Wants to stay strong into the middle innings here tonight. Tried to build on what he got against the Royals in late July. 4 3/3 inning, gave up just 1 base hit in that outing. And his last time out, the slider was a really good pitch for him as far as getting the strikeout. Got some of the Boston Red Sox right-handed hitters chase it well out of the zone. Let's see if he does that here tonight.
Told you there is some rain on the way. Let's get a weather update from Joel Goldberg.
Yeah, there is rain on the way. Maybe that'll be a little bit of relief because it was absolutely hot this afternoon during batting practice. Still is hot. Talking to John Wathan today, and Duke was saying that, you know, they just never thought about it when they were playing. And Split could certainly talk about that, but he said he remembered losing 11 pounds one Sunday afternoon here. Kanekoa Teixeira was out running in the outfield. He said he got it in a good sweat, but it felt like an oven out there compared to Hawaii, which he said would be more like a toaster. And Gregor Blanco says he's feeling much better today. Felt a little bit woozy during batting practice yesterday. Was having a little bit of a hard time breathing, and that was because of all that travel, which led to the dehydration. Back and forth across the country with the birth of his son. Got the IV. He's rehydrated, and he said he slept till noon today, all caught up and ready to go. Guys?
Thanks, Joel. It's 1 ball, 1 strike now on Blanco, who was 0 for 2 before coming out. That was before the top of the 5th inning. Split was talking about the last time the Royals faced Dustin Mosley, and that was in relief of Sergio Mitre. And Mitre was filling in for Andy Pettit, who's on the disabled list. But Mitre's start didn't go very well. Mosley picked him up out of the bullpen, and now it's been Mosley in the last 3 in that spot. Yankees got a little bit of bad news yesterday in regard to Andy Pettit. He was going to throw a simulated game at their minor league facility in Tampa, but that was scratched.
He's out with a groin injury, and because he still had some soreness, he tried to throw off flat count, but ended up pulling the plug on that. So push it back a few days. They have remained pretty healthy with their starting rotation. This is only the 7th different starter that they've used this year, so pretty healthy in that regard. Royals have used 9 different ones so far this year, so maybe not as lucky. Remember that 85 team? I think our 85 team went all year using just 5 starters.
And how did that team do?
Let's see, they're underdog going into the playoffs. American League Championship Series. They were underdogs against St. Louis, and I think they did okay.
So Blanco back. Begins the bottom of the 1st inning with a single to center field.
We don't know a whole lot about Blanco as a hitter yet. We know he can patrol center field. Left-handed guy, a short stroke. They're hoping that he can fill in that leadoff spot. They'll be looking for a leadoff hitter this year with Scott Posednik on. Posednik, by the way, leading off for the Dodgers now. Starting to get a little hotter with the bat. He got off to a bad start.
Inside to Jason Kendall. He had hits in his first 2 at-bats last night, and then made the final out in the bottom of the 9th inning after the Royals scored 2 off of CC Sabathia. Royals had 2 on with 2 out. Tying run at 3rd, winning run at 1st, but David Robertson was able to get out of it by striking out Kendall. Royals are playing their 116th game tonight, with Kendall starting 107 of those.
Those who want to keep a close eye on any base runners tonight. A lot of teams starting to run on Jorge Posada, who has had shoulder problems over the last 3 campaigns. And surgery on that shoulder at the end of the 2008 year. Not throwing as well now as he has for most of his career.
Well, I remember that 2008 season because I believe the Royals played their first home series against the Yankees, and they ran like crazy against Posada. And you could tell, even though we don't see Posada play every day, that he was just not throwing like he's capable of. And I think he only caught, what, 30 games that whole season?
Yeah, we didn't see him every day, but we'd seen him a lot in the past, and we knew it was a different look than what we had seen in the past. So they backed him off a little bit. There's 1 more year on his contract. They're certainly going to get him through that. He is one of the real leaders on and off the field for their ball club.
Yeah, it was just 30 games for him behind the plate in 08. Blanco is 2 out of 2 in stolen base attempts since joining the Royals.
Again, you might see him in motion here because you want to get something on the board early. You don't know what the weather is going to do for the rest of the night. So a run early would sure help in case you only go 5 innings.
Well, thanks to technology, Split, you can look at the weather radar on your cell phone. You knew that.
I've seen you do it.
But so far, most of the heavy stuff is missing Kauffman Stadium to the north. And so when the rain does arrive, even though that sky looks rather angry and threatening, right now it's raining very heavy to the north of Kansas City. When the rain does arrive, it looks like it could be light for a while. Blanco does run, and Kendall pulls it up the third base side, and it just missed the bag.
Mosley doing a good job of pulling the string right there on the breaking ball. Hit Jason way out in front of it. No way that ball is going to get hit hard. No way the ball is going to get hit in the air.
Mosley is a former big prospect in the Reds organization. And then the Royals saw him with the Angels, traded from Cincinnati to the Angels, and then signed with the Yankees as a minor league free agent. Towards the right field corner, and Kearns up against the barrier wall, ran out of room.
Well, the wind has changed directions here within the last half hour. It had been blowing out the left field all afternoon. Even when the teams took the field to open this ball game, but all of a sudden now blowing in lightly from left field. So we have seen a little bit of a wind change, and that wind direction change right there helped the Royals. If they'd been blowing out, that ball would have stayed in play. Glad we're not playing in Liberty or St. Joe.
Now Kendall into center. Granderson was playing shallow, but able to fade back and make the play for the first out. Take a look at the Yankees defensively tonight. Brett Gardner back out in left field with Granderson in center, Austin Kearns in right, Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter, Robinson Cano, Mark Teixeira on the infield, with the veteran Jorge Posada behind the plate. Yankees have committed the second fewest errors in the American League. Only the Minnesota Twins have fewer. So 1 on, 1 out, and now Billy Butler, who lost a 6-game hitting streak last night, 0 for 3 with a walk, and he grounded into a double play. That was his 25th of the year. So he is one shy of the team record.
Pretty easy to be a Billy Butler fan. The steadiest of all the offensive players that the Royals have.
Blanco runs again, and the throw goes in on one hop. Cano with a pretty good effort to pick it and apply the tag, but Blanco beat it and has his third stolen base.
Cano did pick it and put a tag down last night in time. Couldn't quite get it done here. An easy pitch for Posada to handle up and into the right-handed hitter. And a little bit late at second. You could tell the Royals were pretty intent with sending Blanco out on a straight steal.
Now the wind has really picked up, and fans who have been coming here for years, they know what the change in wind means. So some are starting to make their way up towards some cover. No sign of the grounds crew, and the tarp over on the right field side is still covered. So at least for the time being, the grounds crew not concerned that rain will be arriving shortly, but the wind certainly has picked up and has kicked around some dust. 3 balls, 1 strike on Butler.
You know, here in Kansas City, the ground crew is so good you don't even need to look up. Just follow them. They'll let you know what's about to happen. Tom McRae used to say about George Tillman, if he says it's going to rain, don't look up, just go get an umbrella.
Ground ball past Jeter and into left field. Eddie Rodriguez is going to wave home Blanco, and the throw is in plenty of time. So Gardner, with good speed, closed in on that ground ball quickly, and by the time he made the throw, it was a very short throw.
He has a very good throw, especially for a left fielder. Plenty of arm strength right here. I think the weather had a lot to do with this call. Look, the outfielder has the ball, and Blanco 2 strides from third base. Normally you don't send him, but you want to gamble here because you don't know what's going to happen weather-wise. Force him to make a good throw. His 7th assist of this year. Yankees got to love the way their outfield lines up with Granderson in center and Gardner in left field. Has center field speed for that big left field at New Yankee Stadium.
So instead of first and third, one out, Butler's at first with two down, and Wilson Betemit takes strike one. He came on after Blanco went out last night, ended up with a couple of hits, including his 11th double. Normally when the wind blows like this and the temperature drops as it is, if it's not raining, it's about to rain. So that just tells you how close the rain is, just missing to the north. We're getting all the effects of the storm, everything but the rain. Three balls, one strike.
May sound a little bit crazy, but down on the field with the temperature 100 degrees, if you were in the shade, which we were after a while, with the wind moving the air around a little bit, it was not all that uncomfortable. Players are talking about that. When the sun goes down, it really hasn't been that bad.
Line past Cano and into right field. So Butler stops at second base. The Royals have 3 hits in the inning, but no runs yet, with Blanco being thrown out at the plate.
All of a sudden that looks like a bad gamble, trying to send Blanco with just one out in the inning, following it up with another base hit right there. But the league is hitting just .239 against Mosley, so that's not a guy who gets turned around the whole lot. The Royals rolled the dice early, got gunned down at the plate, but still alive here in the bottom of the first inning.
And now Keila Kaihue, who is batting 5th tonight. 1 for 3 with a walk last night, putting an end to an 0 for 8. So moves down 1 spot in the batting order, and he is the designated hitter.
He got jammed badly a couple times here last night. I would think the Yankees would try to crowd him again here tonight. See how they go after him.
Drilled to center field. Granderson is there. The wind moves it around, but he makes the catch to end the inning. Royals get 3 hits, but no runs. Thanks, sir. By Thoroughbred Ford. Save big on gas with the exciting new Fiesta. See it today at Thoroughbred Ford. No score with the Yankees coming up in the top of the second inning. Tonight's number for our Take the Field sweepstakes is 3. If you'd like to win a pair of replica Royals jerseys, go to foxsportskansascity.com during tonight's game and enter the sweepstakes, including number 3. There's a jersey winner every game, and one fan will throw out the first pitch at the 2011 Fox Sports Kansas City jersey giveaway game. How about your knowledge of number 3s in Royals history? There's the number 3 on this year's team.
How about Harmon Killebrew? He would be the first one I think of. Wore that number with the Minnesota Twins. Played against him most of my career. Just 1 year here in KC. In fact, he finished up in the Royals uniform. The Royals had a Rookie of the Year wearing number 3 at one point in time.
First of all, Harmon Killebrew, you are correct. 1975 was number 3 here. Correct on the second one, too, a Rookie of the Year. The Hammer, Bob Hamlin, wore number 3. And then a former Royal, speaking of the 1985 team, who had an important role, big role, in an important play.
It would be one left-handed hitter, maybe a DH, second baseman type.
His name is, first name, identical to the man who's standing at the plate. Except the one at the plate goes by Jorge. The Royal we're talking about was George Orta. Posada's out. He was not in the lineup last night. Francisco Cervelli was in there. Kyle Davies got around a single and a walk in the top of the first inning. And now faces Lance Berkman.
Man, with the wind conditions changing so dramatically, all of a sudden now you can change your game plan a little bit. You can go ahead and pitch up and away from the left-handers, let him hit it the opposite way in the air. No, it's not going to go anywhere. With the wind blowing out before you, that would be about the last thing you'd want to do. If you keep the ball down with the wind blowing out, with wind blowing in, all of a sudden it's like you're back here in April. It'd be tough to get one out of here tonight.
Ball one to Lance Berkman. Let's go back down to Joel.
Well, Ryan, Lance Berkman with a new team for the first time in his career. 12 years, 12 seasons with the Houston Astros. First-round draft pick in 1997. Second most home runs in Houston history. And I was talking to him, and he said that it really isn't that strange changing teams. He said he's used to the big names in the clubhouse. They have Bagwell and Biggio and guys like that. He said the biggest difference is new clubhouse attendance, going into new clubhouses throughout the American League that he hasn't been in on a regular basis. And, of course, the mass amount of New York media. But he said other than that, it's just exciting to be on a winner, a chance to win. He had some really good winning years about 4 or 5 years ago with the Astros, so he's looking forward to that. And he's got a piece of home, a little bit of comfort as well, because he said he's got an apartment that he's renting up in Connecticut, and he commutes back and forth every day with former Astros teammate Andy Pettitte. Guys?
All right, thank you, Joel. You know, it happens so rarely these days, but Berkman was one of those guys that you thought, he might play his whole career with the Astros, and his numbers took a dip this year. And perhaps if those numbers stayed the same, he may have finished his career with the Astros.
Really the first time away from home, because he played college ball at Rice University, so really the first time he's been away from the Southwest.
Davies gives up his second walk. So 1 on, 1 out. Kyle with just 2 walks on Sunday at Seattle over those 6 innings. He retired the first 8 and only gave up 1 hit in his first 5 innings. So the Mariners didn't have an answer for him. But then beginning in the 6th inning, Mariners came up with 2 runs on 4 hits. And a strike to Austin Kearns, who homered last night, his first home run in a Yankee uniform. Former first-round pick of the Cincinnati Reds. Never quite put it together the way he and the Reds hoped, mostly because of injuries. And looking at his medical history, it wasn't nagging type of injuries where you might question a guy's heart or toughness. I mean, I counted him going on the disabled list 7 times, and that included 6 either surgeries or broken bones combined.
Put up pretty solid numbers with Cleveland early this year. First year in the American League, so He knows his way around now. He knows all the players in this league, so probably won't be all that big of a deal for him just going to New Buffalo, but staying in the same league.
He went too far. Davies has his first strikeout and the second out of inning number 2.
Well, Ryan, we're talking about getting in the ball game. That curveball has to be a big pitch for Kyle Knight. Has to get ahead with the fastball. The curveball has been very good lately. 2 strikes on the hitter. Kendall wants to make sure that he gets both knees on the ground to block this one, keep it in front. Got a man on first base, so didn't have to tag the hitter. 2 outs now in the frame.
And that brings up Brett Gardner, who was not in the lineup last night, did come on late for defense. Gardner is extremely fast, 32 stolen bases this year.
If you're the Royals, you like the way it's set up right now because Berkman on first base does not run well. So you really don't look for him to go at all. Just don't let him get a walking lead. And go ahead and take your lead, but make sure you freeze him right there.
Two balls, no strikes. Some managers, if they have the right player, their number 9 hitter will be like a second leadoff man, someone with some speed, someone that can get on base. And Brett Gardner certainly fits that description. He has a .376 on base percentage. And without looking at any other number split, I got to think that is by far the best of any number 9 hitter in the American League, maybe in the world.
Well, the Yankees love him. Of course, he was a center fielder a year ago now over the left field because they acquired Granderson this past off year. But this is a guy they figure will be their leadoff hitter maybe 2012. They can bring him along slowly because they've got Jeter out there playing and figure to keep him.
Left center field, and the wind knocks it down. Alex is there for the out, and the Yankees strand a runner in the second inning. Score. Royals going up against a team with the best record in baseball at 71-43. They lead the league in runs scored. So if the season ended today, would a Yankee win the most valuable player award from the American League? Tonight's You Call It, presented by Sprint. Text 432-432. Enter keyword Royals. A, if you think it's Robinson Cano. B, for Derek Jeter. C, for Alex Rodriguez. Or D, for Mark Teixeira.
You wouldn't look bad voting for any one of those four.
And that would be the Yankees' 1, 3, 4, and 5 hitters.
Normally it would be a guy in the heart of the batting order, but how good are those guys without some kind of protection on the backside? And that's what Cano offers. Cano was leading the league in hitting most of the first half of the year. A lot of people have talked over the last couple of years about him being a potential batting champ at some point in time.
Mosley gave up 3 singles in the first inning, but no runs as Gregor Blanco was thrown out at the plate by left fielder Brett Gardner. So against the first 3 batters that he faced tonight, Mosley gave up more hits than he did in 4 2/3 innings against the Royals last month. 2 hops to Cano, and Alex Gordon is the first out of the second inning. Coming up tomorrow, it's a 6:10 game with the Yankees, and the first 20,000 fans receive this 1980 American League Champions coaster set presented by AT&T. Go to Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS if you'd like to buy tickets. Inside to Mike Aviles. Mike had 2 hits and an RBI last night. Broke his bat, and he has his first hit tonight.
And I think most would agree that Chris Getz gives the Royals the best defense at second base, but it's the bat of Mike Aviles that keeps him in the lineup. Everybody pitches him away now. There's a little cut fastball to the outside corner. While he didn't hit it all that hard, he did make contact and base hit to center field. So his bat is hot again tonight. Royals have another base runner on with 1 out.
And ball 1 to Mitch Meyer. Hitless last night with a run scored. Mitch started the game in right field, as he is tonight, but with Blanco coming out in the 5th inning, shifted over to center. If the Royals are thinking about running, Mike Aviles has 4 stolen bases, and he's been thrown out 4 times. Blanco stole second base in the 1st. And Mike is running. The pitch is outside. Posada's throw is high. So the Royals have 2 stolen bases tonight.
I think we can see why the Yankees are talking about catching Posada about half the time. Does not throw nearly as well as their other backup catcher, but given an effort right there, had a perfect ball to handle. It is an off-speed ball, but it is down and away. He's already out from behind that left-handed hitter. It was a little bit high in second base, and that's the difference in the play.
So 2 stolen bases in 2 innings. And now 2 balls, 1 strike on Mitch Meyer. Two and two. Mitch overall is hitting .261, but with runners in scoring position, he is up to .328. And according to Kevin Seitzer's long list of what makes a good situational hitter, Meyer is one of the best. Whether it's driving in runs with a ground ball or a fly ball or a base hit or moving runners along.
Royals have been able to protect him pretty well with the number of the veterans they had the first half of the year. They're able to keep him in the lower third of the batting order. And the guys in the lower third you're always going to get something to handle, even with men on base right there. So the Royals have been able to protect him a little bit. And I would think over the next month and a half, he'll be moved around like a lot of the other guys. So look at him maybe up in the 5th and 6th spot. See how the power numbers work out for guys like Kyle Hui, Bedamete, and Gordon.
So the Royals have had 5 base runners now in an inning and a third against Mosley, with 4 singles and a walk, and now 2 on for Yuniesky Betancourt. And because of what he did in Anaheim, he batted 6th last night, so Ned Yost had him way up in the batting order. Uni 5 for 11 in that Angels series with a couple of home runs, but last night was 0 for 4.
Ryan, the Royals only hit 5 home runs on an entire trip, but he had 3 of them while Gordon had 2. So go ahead and, those are going to be your power guys for a few days. Put them back to back and move them up. That's why I think we'll see some more of that over the next month or so. Move guys around, not only see how they line up on the field, but how they might line up in the batting order if you look ahead to 2011.
And with those 3 home runs, Betancourt now has 10, which is a new career high, and we still have a month and a half to go in the season. And that's belted to left field. It's over Gardner and up against the wall. Avila scores. Meyer around third. He will score on a Betancourt 2-run double.
Man, this ball is really hit hard. They're trying to go down and away, but it is up in the middle of the plate, belt high. Jumps all over the changeup. You never want to throw a changeup in the middle part of the plate, but he jumped all over it. When the ball got to the corner, he knew the Royals were going to get at least 1 run, hoping they'd get 2, and Meyer really set the sail. He knew what was out in front of him, had the entire play, and absolutely had no play on him at the plate. So the Royals get a couple of important runs early here tonight. Betancourt drives in a pair. RBIs number 50 and 51 on the year.
He had actually been shortening up his swing and was shortening his strike zone with 2 strikes. And Kevin Seitzer suggested that he took more of a 2-strike approach from the beginning of his at-bat, and that 2-run double came with 2 strikes. So for whatever reason, sometimes he comes to the plate thinking he's going to be aggressive, thinking he's going to drive something, and ends up chasing something out of the strike zone, but then gets a little bit more patient with 2 strikes.
I love that approach for him because we all know that swing gets a little bit big, and he tends to lunge a little bit early and pull off the ball and chase balls out of the zone. So 2 strikes, he generally cover a little better. I like that with him.
And he's proven that he's still has plenty of punch with a 2-strike swing.
Remember last year they had him taking a whole lot early in the count, trying to look at some balls, trying to identify where they might be. Take a look a little bit, figure you'd be a better hitter in the middle of that at bat rather than you are on pitch number 1 or 2.
Blanco lays down a beautiful bunt to Shera, can't get him. And Blanco is 2 for 2. So with 1 out, 4 straight reach. Betancourt moves up to third base.
Having the ability to do this will certainly help you as you're going to be a guy hitting the top of the order. There's the speed, good bat control right there. If you can force the first baseman to field this ball, it's almost a base hit every time. Get it by the pitcher. You got a chance to beat everybody to the bag.
And he was out early today, way before batting practice. The hottest point of the day with the full sunlight and the heat and humidity, with Rusty Kuntz working on drag bunting. So 2 home and now 2 on, 1 out. And Jason Kendall, who flied out his first time. Mosley throws strike 1. The Royals were ready for Mosley this time, as they've come up with 2 runs, 6 hits in an inning and a third. And again, back on July the 24th, Mosley really picked up the Yankees bullpen after Sergio Mitre had a short outing. And he gave up 1 hit, no runs in 4 2/3 innings. 1-1.
Ryan, he's great his last time out on Sunday night against Boston. He retired 11 of the first 12 to come to the plate against him. So not the kind of start tonight that he had 5 days ago, and not the kind of outing tonight that he had against the Royals back in late July.
Blanco stole second in the first inning, and then in this inning, Avila stole second before coming around to score. And Mosley thinking Blanco might take off again.
I think one of the reasons you might run here, I think it would be difficult for Kendall to drive in that runner from first base. Wouldn't be as hard to get him home if he's in scoring position.
And he had Blanco leaning toward second base, so Gregor may have tipped his hand.
Hard to tell whether that was going to be the secondary lead or if he was looking to possibly break to second base when Mosley delivered home.
If he was going to break, that looked more like a hit and run type of a break where he was going to keep his eye on home plate on his way to second base as opposed to burying his head and running as hard as he can.
At any rate, if Mosley would have been quick with that move, Blanco was hung out to dry.
Started, then stopped, and Kendall takes a strike.
Breaking ball stays upstairs across the top of the zone. Another thing, if guys looking to steal and the Yankees believe that he is, that means the hitter's probably going to get fastball to hit. Stay with the breaking ball there. That's a lot easier ball to hit into right field, which is the way Kendall always looks to try to drive the ball.
Kendall was honored before the game tonight with his milestone of 2,000 games caught in the major leagues back on July the 26th against Minnesota, and was presented with a gold-plated catcher's mask.
It's a little dressy for a catcher, isn't it?
I don't see him wearing that. That's not really his style. Fouls it away again off to the right side. Rain is starting to fall now, but it is a light rain. So the reaction doesn't necessarily fit the actual rain, but I'm sure everyone has noticed how dark the sky has gotten over the past 30 or 40 minutes. So just assuming that it's going to get heavier. So far, the heavy rain has missed Kauffman Stadium to the north. Two balls, two strikes.
Yankees pitched out on that last pitch to run the count to 2-2. Probably won't do it again right here. That don't want it to go 3 balls, 2 strikes. So this might be a good running opportunity for Blanco at first.
And he kind of hesitated before he went, wanting to make sure that Mosley again didn't fake to third and go back to first. So it wasn't his greatest jump, but Kendall fouls it away. At the moment, no sign of the Royals grounds crew, so it appears that maybe they will try and play through this. Kendall lines it to left. Gardner sprinting back, and he makes the catch, but that'll score a run as Betancourt tags, and the Royals take a 3-0 lead.
Ryan, they went off speed here because I think they wanted to try to force him to pull the ball instead of taking it to right field, which is what he was trying to do the previous pitch or two. In fact, they didn't tear it back. He's trying to go to right field. So throw the breaking ball and get him out in front. Try to get him roll over the top of one. Might get the double play you're looking for. Instead, the Royals get the line drive to left and get another runner home.
And now Billy Butler, and the Yankees are still convinced that Blanco's going to run. Billy singled to left field in the first inning. And on the same play, Gregor Blanco was thrown out at the plate by Brett Gardner. Now Blanco is running. Billy takes one under the chin, and Posada doesn't even bother. Blanco has his second stolen base tonight and his fourth this year with the Royals.
Blanco had a big jump. Posada had a terrible ball to try to handle. Had to jump up behind the head of Billy Butler to haul that one down, so no opportunity for a quick release and a strong throw. I think the Yankees know that the really good runners are going to run on Posada all the time, but I don't think they want to be in a position where everybody runs. Okay, let the leadoff man, maybe a number 9 speed guy, but you don't want everybody to get on base who thinks they can go out and move up 90 feet.
So in the pitcher's case, does Dustin Mosley feel like it's his responsibility to make some sort of adjustment to help his catcher out?
Absolutely. If you've got a slide step, you better break it out and go with it almost all the time to try to give him at least a 50-50 opportunity to get that done for you.
Royals have scored 3 here in the second inning. Betancourt has driven in 2, Kendall 1. And now Blanco goes to third base as Billy takes ball 4. And that is another stolen base for Blanco. So 3 in the game, 2 in this inning.
Now everybody in the infield has to be really distracted right now if you're a Yankee. Not only the pitcher, Mosley, and the catcher, Jorge Posada, but both the middle infielders, even guys on the corners right there, because you know Teixeira's aware of need to throw to first base. A-Rod over at third, he knows the guys on second. He might be looking to come his way. So all of a sudden now, nobody on that inner defense is comfortable right now if you're in a gray uniform.
Well, there's one solution.
A baggie.
Yeah. Plus, you don't want to give up those seats. That's right behind home plate. So Betemit is the 8th man up. Singled his first time back in the first inning, a base hit to right field. And for the time being, we are reduced to the lightest of drizzles. Betemit takes strike 1. There's still more rain on the way, but so far we've been lucky with a pretty heavy thunderstorm that started to break up as it approached Kauffman Stadium, and an extremely heavy cell just missed us to the north. Betemit pops it up into center field, and Granderson is there. The Royals come up with 3 runs in the bottom of the second inning. possible with the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Panera Bread, explore a menu of hearty soups, salads, sandwiches, and breakfast items at Panera Bread. And by Chevrolet, come see for yourself why 1,000 people a day are switching to Chevy. See your Kansas City area Chevy dealer. Royals with 3 runs, 6 hits in the first 2 innings, and a runner thrown out at the plate. So they've been all over Dustin Mosley. The Yankees have had 3 base runners against Kyle Davies in the first 2 innings, with a base hit and 2 walks. And it's the top of the order again. Derek Jeter opened the game with a base hit to center field. Right down the middle, no balls, 2 strikes. Kyle had a 6-0 lead early in the game against the Yankees back on July the 24th. So that's what helped him. One of the things that helped him in a 7-4 win, and going just 5 1/3 innings. Bullpen picked him up, and that's his last win. In fact, Kyle's last 2 wins have been at New York and at Boston.
Kyle has been a little bit fortunate with the run support this year. So many of the Royals guys have not. And he doesn't have the highest run support. That's Luke Hochevar. But Luke was just over 5 runs per ball game, and Kyle's at about 4.9 per outing. So that's about the best that anybody on the staff has gotten. But Davies winless his last 3 times out. Let's change that here tonight.
Made a great pitch on Jeter, tied him up, and Betancourt throws him out.
No one way to pitch Derek Jeter, but you do have to spend a good deal of time in on the hands. All speed away and then come back in with the fastball right there. Try to keep him from going inside out. Trying to fight that one off. Had to fly open on the front side to get out in front. Hopper to the shortstop. Was not hit hard.
One ball, no strikes. You were talking earlier in the game about how the Yankees did that to Keela last night, and that they might continue to do that to him. I would think that would be pretty obvious from a pitcher standpoint, but from a hitter standpoint, if you're Keela or if you're Derek Jeter, the solution is don't swing at that pitch. That's not a strike.
Either that or sit on it. You mentioned the home run that he hit one time. All of a sudden got the bat head out in front and just launched one to left field up in the water here at this ballpark. So either lay off or sit on it, try to do something with it. Just because the hitter goes to the plate one time up, he might not try to do the same thing every time, like hit the ball the opposite way or try to take it up the middle. If you get a feel for how a guy is going to go against you, you might sit on a particular pitch, and if it's something you think you can hit out of the ballpark, the better guys will know how to do that.
Kyle got Granderson on a fly ball to right field in the first inning. Granderson with 2 hits, including a double, a couple of walks last night, drove in a run. He's been doing some extra work with hitting coach Kevin Long, who's originally from the Royals organization. Long-time Royals batting coach at several different levels, then went over to the Yankees and was their hitting coach at AAA, and now in the big leagues.
He's carved out a pretty nice career. You think a guy who didn't really play in the big leagues except for just a little bit, and all the talent, the stars, and different personalities that they have on that ball club now and have had, to be able to blend them all together and be in a position where you can help all of them. Probably not a more demanding job anywhere in baseball. You think all the talent they have, but I think there's another place that has the same pressure.
Muscled out into center field. So again, Kyle Davies makes a good pitch in on the hands, but Granderson got enough of it for a 1-out base hit. And now Mark Teixeira, who walked his first time up. Teixeira and 3 of his teammates, the subject of tonight's You Call It, presented by Sprint. That's a surprise. I mean, not by the numbers, but Robinson Cano certainly doesn't have the star power of the other 3 candidates, as Teixeira launches it towards the Holiday Inn, but foul. Wow. You don't see many balls end up over the seats in either corner. 52% for Cano. He's done it with batting average, home runs, and driving in runs.
You mentioned 2 home runs that Teixeira hit against Kyle Davies earlier. That's his power zone, down and in. He can get out in front. Got a little too far out in front right there if you're a Yankee fan. If you're a Royal fan, you really like it because you got to see an impressive blast and it didn't hurt you at all.
Over Butler and up the right field line. So Teixeira going to try for 2, and the throw goes towards the plate, cut off by Mike Aviles. And with 1 out, a single and a double to put 2 in scoring position.
The Yankee offense is good enough. They'll never feel like they're out of a ball game, especially down by only 3 runs this early in the game. So they come out charging, swinging the bat. They can put up a crooked number at any time from any part of their batting order. It's a little bit scary the way Teixeira was swinging the bat in that at bat against Kyle Davies. Ball goes into the corner. You just hope you can hold the Granderson at third base. One of the better base runners in the entire American League.
And now Alex Rodriguez, who grounded out to short his first time. Up the middle, off Aviles' glove, and now he can't pick it up with his bare hand. A run scores, and it's 3-1. That'll goes a base hit for Alex Rodriguez.
Generous by the scorekeeper right there. That's the ball that Aviles wants to get in front of, make sure he knocks it down and keeps it in front of him right there. At least get it out. Now they're probably going to go on contact with the ball up the middle, although Granderson kind of holding on at third base. Did not move until that ball bounced off of Aviles. Then the ball hit hard, but that's not a tricky hop or anything. He played it on the long hop, saw it into the glove. You got to be able to make that play and at least get that out at first base. That's not a good sign right there.
As soon as that play was over, the grounds crew came spilling out of the area between the dugout suite and the Royals dugout, and they are ready for some heavy rain. 0-1 on Robinson Cano. That RBI, by the way, for Rodriguez is his 92nd of the year. Cano with runners at second and third and 2 outs in the first inning, line to right. Lines to right again, this time in front of Mitch Meyer, and it's a 1-run game. Cano last year had a very good year as far as his numbers go, but he hit a little bit over 200 with runners in scoring position, and he has really turned that around this year.
Royals are hoping for a very quick inning out of Kyle Davies right here. That's not going to happen. Talking about keeping the ball in the ballpark, always important, but the Yankees 5th in the American League in batting average, 3rd in the league in home runs, 1st in the league in runs scored. They don't have to hit home runs to put up a crooked number.
Inning started with a ground ball to short from Derek Jeter and a very good pitch by Kyle. Got it right on the knuckles and then made a good pitch to Curtis Granderson, but Granderson muscled it out into center field for a blue pit, but then a Teixeira double, Alex Rodriguez infield single. That ball was hit hard. And Robinson Cano with an RBI base hit. And we are at the moment, according to the truck and producer Kevin Shank, experiencing the calm before the storm. There is no rain at all. The wind has almost stopped. And so it's become a very pleasant evening with the wind blowing out most of the earlier humidity, but the grounds crew is ready for some heavy rain. That's, in the estimation of our producer, about 5 minutes away.
There's the Yankees throw him on the field right now in this half inning. You're hoping for a double play ball out of Posada, but he's only hit into 3 double plays all year. So pretty good at getting the ball in the air.
Grounded to Butler. Billy goes down to second. Betancourt hits Davies, safe. Davies was not on the bag. Royals almost turned the most difficult double play, 3-6-1, with a right-hand throwing first baseman who has to go into a full pivot.
Callum maybe could have got off the mound a little bit quicker right here. He's a little bit late on his break, about a half a step. Now, if he can get going a little earlier, he have an opportunity to get to the bag and hold up right there and still be moving when that ball arrives. A little better jump right there, that half a step. If he immediately goes to the bag, you're probably able to turn this one. You hate to give the Yankees another out right here. Betancourt did a good job. That throw goes right to the bag. Kyle stepped over the top. Missed it with his back foot.
Good call, Split. And we've talked so often about the rhythm of a double play. And a split second can send a double play, potential double play, right down the drain. So in the Royals' minds, this inning should be over. Instead, 2 on for Lance Berkman. It looked like he maybe got the corner of the bag with his heel, but that could have been a much easier call for the first base umpire. And if I'm reading you correctly, Split, if he gets over there quicker, he has better balance. He can get his foot right on the middle of the bag, and then it's an easy call for Field and Colbert.
Actually, you can set up with the bag right between your feet right there and set up as a first baseman, and that's what you're taught to do. Get over there right now, take a direct line to the bag, square up so that middle infielder has an easy target the middle of your chest.
And there you go. Game is tied. Lance Berkman makes the Royals pay for that. He ends up with a double. So right after the Royals get 3 in the second inning, the Yankees come up with 3 in the third.
That's the thing about New York. If they pick up a player at the trading deadline, it's going to be a solid frontline player for somebody. Now, how are they going to use him? Well, it's kind of up to them, but he was the number 3 hitter for Houston. He was hurt early in this year. Astros went 0-8 to open the year, missed him in the heart of the lineup. He came back off the DL. He had a knee problem early. They went on to win 8 of their next 10, decided to make a little bit of a move. He was important to their ball club. He's a big-time bat.
Fouled away by Austin Kearns. Kyle's only strikeout so far tonight was against Kearns in the second inning. Got him swinging at a curveball. Posada at third base and Berkman at second. One ball, one strike. Kearns got a pretty hittable pitch there, but fouled it off the end of the bat, 1-2. And now Phil Umber begins warming up in the Royals bullpen. So the rain and the sky is coming down on Kyle Davies in the third inning.
Kearns a good fastball hitter. You're ahead in the count. The breaking ball has been good to Kyle over the last 2 or 3 times out. Let's see if they go to hit here on this pitch. If not now, certainly on the next one.
Two and two.
Give an opportunity to chase one way or another. High fastball, low breaking ball. Laid off the one up top. Now he'd like to have a strike in the zone. Has been able to go to the breaking ball over the last month when he just needed a strike. It didn't have to be the fastball.
Wouldn't go for it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, in the game back on July the 24th, the Yankees made an adjustment against Kyle. Gave up no runs, 2 hits in the first 3 innings. But then in the next 2+, 4 runs, 5 hits, 3 home runs. They're getting at him a little earlier tonight. On the corner, Kearns strikes out. That prevents a huge inning. The Yankees get 3 to tie it. standout high school and minor league pitcher playing in the Yankees farm system in the 40s. His passion for baseball led him to coach and manage American Legion, semi-professional baseball teams, and during the last 20 years, an over 30 league in Topeka. Thousands of youth and adults have benefited from Lee's leadership, and he is going to get out of the rain as it begins to pour at Kauffman Stadium. There's head groundskeeper Trevor Vance coming out and telling Gary Cederstrom, the third base umpire and the crew chief, that the heavy rain is on its way. And with that, the Royals grounds crew rolling out the tarp and trying to save the infield.
They had to battle the wind. It got a hold of the tarp right there, but they handled it pretty well. Took them a little bit longer than it normally does. Once again, the Royals ground crew prevails. That thing is down. They got it nailed down already. Rain wasn't very long in the area before they were able to get that infield covered, so everything should be in good shape if we can get this stopped.
So that slows things down for now. Prior to that, there was no offense for an inning and a half, but the Royals came up with 3 in the bottom of the second inning against Dustin Mosley to give Kyle Davies a lead, but the Yankees came right back with 3 in the top of the third.
You know, the Royals sent 8 men to the plate in the bottom of the second. They sent 8 men to the plate. Top of the third, the Royals were able to pick up a couple walks. The Yankees had to swing the bat, so they got 5 base hits in that inning against Kyle Davies. But it's a very even ball game. And now you wonder how long this rain will last and how much that might change the ball game for the rest of the night.
Well, if nothing else happens, we will see you at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's go to Royals Rewind on Fox Sports Kansas City. will resume a lot quicker than we thought. Actually, originally, it looked like the rain was going to get here at about 7:30. It was a very thin line of heavy thunderstorms moving quickly, but those thunderstorms widened out, slowed down. Most of it missed us to the north, and now a rather large size window, even though the grounds crew still has the tarp ready if they need to roll it back out onto the field. Tied at 3, and Dustin Mosley getting ready for the bottom of the third inning. Let's give you a little scoring recap. It was the Royals that scored first in the bottom of the second.
Had 2 on with 1 out when you Betancourt came to the plate. High changeup, ripped it into the corner. That played it Aviles and Meyer. The Royals on top 2-0. And Jason Kendall with 1 out. On this drive to left field. That was deep enough to get Betancourt home from third. Yankees came right back. Luis Rodriguez with the ground ball right there off of the glove of Aviles. It gets Granderson home. And Robinson Cano on the drive to left field. That'll get a second run home in the inning. And Lance Berkman ripped this one into the corner. That was the third run. Rodriguez scores from second base. It's 3-all. We move on to the bottom of the third. 58 pitches so far for Mosley. 61 for Kyle Davis. The rain delay is going to be about 35 minutes.
And Mosley feeling a lot better both on the inside and the outside as the temperature has really cooled off. And the game is tied. Last time he was on the mound, he was behind 3-0. So Keila Kaihue, who lined to center in the first inning, will be followed by Alex Gordon and then Mike Aviles. Royals with 6 hits in the first 2 innings. They got 3 hits in the first inning but didn't score, and the big play there was Gregor Blanco getting thrown out at the plate. Teixeira goes back to the bag to get Keila for the first out of the bottom of the third. Well, the Yankees have been here before, down early. In fact, they lead the major leagues with 36 come from behind victories. And the Royals just trying to have a big game on offense, period. Over the Royals' last 10 games, they have scored just 20 runs. So, at least for the time being, 3 runs in 1 inning. That's big news.
I hate to see an inning like that get away from you, Ryan, but I think on this occasion, both teams will look, we gave away too much. Mosley will look at the 2 free passes that he gave in the half of the Royals where they got 3 runs, and the Royals will say, hey, we gave them 5 outs. To misplay at second by Aviles and the inability to get the double play on an infield ground ball. So the Royals give away 5. The Yankees give away a couple walks, and we're brand right back to even here in the bottom of the third inning.
Alex grounded out to second his first time. 2 hits, including a double and 2 runs scored last night. And he is down on 3 pitches. Mosley strikes out his first. Now the first pitch to Alex was swung on and fouled back.
Didn't have a glove. Did she use the purse?
I think she used a paper towel.
Played just right.
And then, of course, nowadays you immediately have to get on the cell phone and call everyone that you know. That little play brought to you by the Missouri Lottery, and I don't know if she would have been more excited if she had won the lottery. So apparently she got the right person on the horn who informed her, you're on television right now. Now, just to see how far we can take this, whoever, well, there's 2 strikes and 2 outs. I've always wanted to do this. Let's see if Aviles will give us another pitch. All right, who's ever listening on the other side, see if you can get her to take her glasses off. I think we have to get past the hysteria before we can pull that one off split. Aviles grounds out to Cano. So the most exciting thing about that inning was the foul ball catch in the upper deck. Here's a look at tonight's Roadrunner Turbo Speed Pitch comparison. Kyle Davies at 96, Dustin Mosley at 92. They have both given up 3 runs, 6 hits. You can double your speed with Roadrunner Turbo from Time Warner Cable. So down to 77 degrees. The heat index was at 106 at first pitch. Gardner flied to left in the second inning. He'll be followed by Derek Jeter and Curtis Granderson. Yankees getting all 3 of the runs in the top of the third inning. The Royals helped them out with a couple of misplays. So one way to look at it was the Yankees got 4 or 5 outs to get those 3 runs. Up the left field line, and that's going to drop fair, and Gardner can really run. That's an easy double for him. So runner at second base with nobody out. And up comes Derek Jeter in time for tonight's league leaders, brought to you by your Kansas City area Toyota dealers. Jeter is 1 for 2 tonight, so 2,882 career hits. That's the most among active major league players. He has the most hits in Yankee history, and he has the most hits for any shortstop in history.
Omar Vizquel might be getting even more playing time here the second half of the year. Now Mark Teahan is coming back from the disabled list, but they say he's going to be a platoon guy. Play some outfield, be back at third base some. Vizquel has really done well filling in.
And Jeter bunts it right to Davies for the first out. So he was trying to execute a very unselfish play and get the runner over to third base.
But just like everybody else, you got to keep the bat head up above the hands. If it drops below, you're going to pop it up. Tried to get that one down, push it to the right side to ensure that base runner could move into third base, but it didn't happen. Ross get a break right there. They give you an out. Don't move the base runner. Now, hope you can get out of this. I think all the players will feel really refreshed now, down to the 77 degrees. A half-hour rain delay gives you an opportunity to, if not change the uniform, at least change everything you've got underneath it. So now you've got a fresh start to the ball game. Mid-70s temperature. Hey, you're ready to go now.
Granderson 1 out of 2. He got the 3-run inning started with a 1-out single. 3 balls and no strikes, with Mark Teixeira on deck. And Teixeira just missed hitting a home run his last time up against Kyle, and then ended up reaching with a double and coming around to score. 3-1.
Right, Teixeira left swinging the bat against Davies his first time in. Really important to keep Granderson off base, so it gives you an open base if you want to work around him and try to take on A-Rod after that.
Gardner trying to distract Davies at second base, jumping around the bag, and Granderson pops it up. Betemeets straddling the line. That's a fair ball catch. So there will be an open base with 2 outs and Mark Teixeira coming up. The NFL is back with 2 Fox preseason specials beginning on Thursday, August the 19th, as Tom Brady and the Patriots take on the Falcons. And on Friday, August 20th, the Eagles begin life without Donovan McNabb as they take on Chad Ochocinco, T.O., and the Bengals. Both games start at 7 p.m. in high definition only on Fox. During the rain delay, up on the Crown Vision board, fans got a chance to watch part of the Chiefs preseason game in Atlanta. And because of technology today, half the screen had that game on, the other one had the Red Sox and Rangers game on. Kyle Davies coming right at Mark Teixeira, and he's ahead, no balls, 2 strikes.
This guy you want to be careful with. To me, he has gotten the best swings of the night. Other than that, Lance Berkman would be the other one. So be careful, but now that you got 2 strikes, you can go ahead and go to work. Out of the zone, down is always better than up against a power hitter. When in doubt, go down and away. It's pretty much straight up in their outfield, but play him as a pull hitter in the infield.
1-2. Updated numbers on the Sprint You Call It, and Robinson Cano is still out in front as far as which Yankee deserves the MVP award. In fact, way out in front of Derek Jeter, then Teixeira, then Rodriguez. Got him with a curveball. So leadoff double from Gardner, and the Yankees can't get him home. Coming up on Sunday, it's Hoops and Yo-Yo Day at Kauffman Stadium, presented by Hallmark in celebration of their centennial. Royals fans can get up close and personal with Hoops and Yo-Yo, Hallmark's popular dynamic duo, as they take in the game at the K, and that's the final game of this series with the Yankees. Royals.com or 1-800-6-ROYALS for tickets. So tied at 3, Kyle Davies giving up A double to Brett Gardner to begin the top of the 4th inning, but Gardner never got to third base. Mitch Meyer walked and scored in the Royals' 3-run bottom of the 2nd. Aviles, Meyer, Betancourt scoring. Betancourt drove in 2 runs, and Kendall drove in a run.
Jones would like to get a base runner right here. Mosley went out with a 10-pitch bottom of the 3rd inning. Don't want him getting on a roll right now. It was easily his best inning of the night.
Routine play for Teixeira, 1 away. And now Yuniesky Betancourt, who is back to batting 9th after hitting 6th last night, and he's driven in 2 runs. The Royals in their last 6 games have gotten 2 RBIs from the 1 through 5 hitters, but look at 12 from the 6 through 9. And that could be a combination of one or more things. The first is the obvious, that 1 through 5 just aren't getting the job done. The other part is anyone on base when they come to the plate? It's got to be someone to drive in.
You take a look at the American League teams, and a lot of them are judged by how you do in that lower third of the batting order, but you have to assume the top and the middle part have been steady. Guys that you can pound on. You don't want easy outs, and you get down to 7, 8, and 9. He's now hitting 6 of his last 7 games, though, so overall he's done well.
And into center field for a base hit. We talked about it after his double in the 2nd inning, that Kevin Seitzer recently has convinced Uni to take more of a 2-strike approach at the beginning of the at-bat, and his double came on an 0-2 pitch.
This is a breaking ball down and away, pretty good slider. It's an ideal area to throw it, on the plate, maybe even off of the plate. Uni with that good hand-eye coordination. That's one of the things with him going for a bad ball has hurt him throughout his career, because he always puts it in play. It's rarely hit very hard, but when hit hard enough to get it in center field. It's his 2nd base hit of the night.
And that's an example of what I was just talking about. I mean, that was a 1-1 pitch to Betancourt, and you'd like to get a little better pitch to hit than that with 1-1. I mean, he gets a base hit, hits it to the center of the field, but he was reaching and hit that ball with 1 hand.
I wouldn't think he'd be a high percentage hitter going after and try to make something happen with that offering. Here's kind of a trial balloon right here. The Royals going to run with Betancourt and end up getting a ground ball right there. They might turn it into a double play, but if Betancourt runs, he doesn't have a stolen base all year. That's an indication everybody goes against Posada.
And it is a double play, and the Royals only bat 3. And the game has also calmed down for the 2 pitchers, Kyle Davies and Dustin Mosley, Mosley giving up 3 runs in the bottom of the second inning, and then Davies giving up 3 in the very next half inning.
Well, the Royals have been competitive each of the last 2 nights. You got a dozen hits last night. They got 7 already tonight. So as long as you're swinging the bat, you feel they can get on the board again, you got an opportunity to win the ball game.
Rain delay means a trip to the concession stands, and that mother, I think, might be up all night. Blanco runs into left center field, grabs it down by his hip. So Alex Rodriguez is out on 1 pitch. He is 1 for 3.
Well, we talked about Blanco last night, how he can glide in the outfield. You want a guy who has speed, be able to charge the ball, drive to get back to the wall, but I think even more importantly, a guy can get out and run the left center and right center field gap. And Blanco has shown us some nice, easy strides so far. There's the speed to cover that field. It could be fun to watch here the next month and a half.
Cano taking all the way, drove in a run with a single in the Yankees' 3-run third, and line to right in the first. And his single was a line drive to right field. So he's pulled the ball twice against Davies, hit them both very hard, and can't pull the trigger on a couple of fastballs. And it's 0-2. After Dustin Mosley got the Royals on just 10 pitches in the bottom of the third, the Yankees came out in the top of the fourth and got a leadoff double. Cano doesn't like that call, but he just stood there and watched 3 straight pitches. We'll check the location on Fox Tracks, brought to you by Quick Trip.
He's an aggressive guy, likes to get out and swing the bat. The Royals thread the outside corner, not once, not twice, but again for the called strikeout. 4 strikeouts tonight for Davies.
You know, Cano is a very good hitter, having a very good year. I've never understood, though, why a hitter would go up with his talent and his power in a 1-run game and just stand there and do nothing at the first pitch. I mean, that might have been the best pitch of the at-bat, the one. And I'm not talking about taking it, but I'm talking about just standing there like a statue, making up in his mind before the pitch was thrown, I'm not going to swing.
Well, if our grid was right, he really got very little to handle in that at bat.
That broke a bat, and Kyle Davies needs 6 pitches to get to the Yankees in the top of the 5th. is the manager of groundskeeping, and he went out to talk to the umpires, and half of the grounds crew was ready to roll the tarp out, and then they decided against it. So that's good news for now. Tonight's AT&T trivia question: who is the oldest catcher ever to lead the majors in games caught in a single season? Before the game tonight, Jason Kendall was honored for his 2000th career game behind the plate. That was back on July the 26th against Minnesota, becoming the 5th to do that, and he did it the quickest in 15 years. 2 years quicker than anyone else on the list. Presented later with a gold-plated catcher's mask. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Kendall.
Ryan, by the time a guy gets to the big leagues and spends some time here, he will have a program that he goes on every day. If he's a frontline guy, what he does when he comes to the ballpark. Kendall, one of the first ones to arrive at the park, and has a plan from the time he gets here, whether he's watching video or working out on his own, indoor cage work, going over video and game plan with the starting pitcher, time he spends on the field. Now, he doesn't spend as much time on the field in BP as most of the guys do, but he's back up in the clubhouse preparing for the game. Knows how to go about it day in and day out, but you don't catch the number of games that he's caught so far.
A couple of guys involved in that play there, Kendall and Jeter, who were born on the exact same day, and both have had long, milestone-filled careers. Kendall also has 2,000 career hits. Jeter should get to 3,000 early next year. Jeter, though, has had a lot more experience in the postseason than Kendall. Billy is singled and walked.
It was batting average, now back up to 308. He's a career 309 hitter, so about as steady as they come. If you're looking at any of the Royals guys, playing a little bit banged up over the last couple of weeks. He's in there every day at first base, out running the bases, playing a little bit of a sore hand over the last week and a half, but still swinging the bat pretty well.
And that's into the right field corner and deep. Back goes Kearns and is off the foul pole. Billy Butler with his 11th home run to give the Royals the lead.
Ryan, it looked like this ball was headed for about the corner of the Royals bullpen, but the flag's now blowing in from the north a little bit, pushing to the foul pole, and you see a ball get there and say, all of a sudden it's getting a little bit shallow. Normally it deepens up as you get away from the foul pole, but you hit a medium deep fly ball in right field, now it gets into that corner. All of a sudden that foul pole comes in a little bit. Billy banged it off that foul pole about a third of the way up.
And then Kearns took one right on the forehead. He got too close to the foul pole. 2-0 on Wilson Betemit.
Man, a lot of times you see an outfielder get to the foul pole, he'll run right past it into foul territory, trying to make it look like he feels that ball is in foul territory, but it's going to be hard to hide that one.
Is that a kangaroo court type of offense? How much does a guy get fined for taking one off the forehead?
How many points is it worth if he's able to make the play off the foul pole?
So the Royals are back out in front again. Royals had a 3-0 lead at the end of 2. Yankees tied it in the 3rd. Betemit is singled and flied out to center field. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
It's a 6-home run that Mosley's given up this year in about 34 innings pitched, so he gives them up at a fairly high rate.
Just a little bit inside, and that's a 1-out walk. Mosley walks his 3rd. After this series, the Royals have Monday off, and then we hope you'll come out on Tuesday. The first 20,000 fans will receive the winning fan vote T-shirt presented by Sprint. This is the 6th of 7 T-shirt Tuesdays throughout the season, so be sure to get your tickets and add to your collection. For details, go to Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS. And here comes the tarp again. So our second rain delay. The first rain delay was 31 minutes. And word from the truck as they're keeping an eye on the radars. This rain delay hopefully and possibly could be shorter than the first one.
Ground crew must know something because it happened very quickly. Just as it started to rain, they had the tarp on the field, talked to the umpires and said, hey, here we go. Not as windy this time around.
No.
Because they're having an easy time with this.
There's Trevor Vance barking out all the orders. And once again, another successful rolling out of the tarp with nobody swallowed up by the tarp, nobody knocked over. But we will have another delay in the action. tonight's game, and this time we mean it. A short rain delay of about 31 minutes and then one of over 2 hours. And the Yankees pitcher, after the long delay, will be right-hander Chad Godin in the Chevy call to the bullpen.
Godin out of their bullpen. They get 4 in the third out of their starter here tonight, hit with 4 runs already, and also responsible for the man on at first base. Godin comes in for the 28th time this year, still looking for his first win of the campaign, a lofty earned run average. Went to camp with New York, let go in late spring training, signed with Oakland, designated for assignment in late May. Now back with the New York Yankees and on relief here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And ball 1-2, Keila Kaihue. That's a 2-hour, 10-minute rain delay. So a combined 2 hours and 41 minutes of delays. 1 ball, 1 strike on Keila. This inning began over 2 hours ago with 1 out. Billy Butler homered off the right field foul pole to put the Royals in front 4-3. Then Wilson Betemit walked against Dustin Mosley, and then the rain. So Keila was on deck for 2 hours and 10 minutes. If you go back to the Royals series in New York last month, which was a 4-game series, and there were a couple of rain delays in that one. Of the combined 6 games the two teams have played now, we've had over 6.5 hours of rain delays.
Similar weather, both places. Hot and humid in New York. Got the pop-up shower. Wouldn't go away. Same story here tonight. Pretty comfortable right now in the low 70s.
73 to be exact. And with the heat index split, it feels like 73.
Just the way we like it.
So as far as the heat index goes, that has dropped 33 degrees from the first pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Keila has lined to center field, grounded out to first. Those at bats against Dustin Mosley. And if you weren't with us earlier, Keila, who had been batting 4th for the Royals, dropping down to number 5 tonight. And Wilson Betemit batting 4th. Betemit is running, and Keila takes ball 4. So they were over 2 hours apart, but back-to-back walks.
After that 2-hour rain delay, it might take things a while to get geared up again for both ball clubs. That's a long layoff. Now, the first one wasn't a problem, it's just a half hour and early in the ball game, but all of a sudden now this will be like a different day for everybody out there.
Fouled away by Alex. He grounded out to second and struck out against Mosley. Godin before tonight had allowed 7 earned runs in his last 12 2/3 innings. So the Royals are not facing, after the long rain delay, a pitcher that is currently, as we like to say, on top of his game. Fouled away again. No balls, 2 strikes.
Godin is the guy that throughout his career has kind of bounced between starting rotation and bullpen. Never really given all that much of a shot either way. 2-seam fastball, a slider, and a changeup to go along with it. When we have seen him at his best, he is a ground ball guy. Tough to get the ball in the air against him.
Alex down on 3 pitches, so 2 down. And now Mike Aviles with 1 out in the 2nd inning. He singled, stole second, and that was the beginning of the Royals' 3-run second. Yankees tied it with 3 in the top of the 3rd, and the Royals going ahead in this inning over 2 hours ago on a Billy Butler home run. And is backing out of play. 1 strike on Aviles.
Nice play. No glove. Reach over the railing. Play of the night so far.
That jumps ahead of the paper towel catch in the upper deck by the lady earlier in the game. That gets away from Posada and moves Betamit to third and Gila up to second. And it's a wild pitch on Godin. Two balls, 1 strike. Godin 7 years ago made his major league debut here at Kauffman Stadium at the age of 20, pitching for the Tampa Bay Rays. And because of his size, 5'10", he was not a high round draft pick. He was taken in the 34th round by the Rays. Good fastball there at 96, and it's 2-2.
He drops down and throws a little lower 3/4 from the right side. And some of those guys give Aviles a tough time because he tends to bail out a little bit more. I think back a couple of days ago, Jared Weaver really had a good day against Aviles. He's a straight sidearm guy.
And Posada sets up outside, and Aviles strikes out. The Royals leave runners at second and third, but 2 hours and 17 minutes ago in this inning, Billy Butler hit it off the foul pole and put the Royals in front 4-3. They'll trade for your old truck and get you into a new Ford F-150 for less at Thoroughbred Ford. So we go to the 6th inning, and the Royals in front 4-3. And now the Royals with a Chevy call to the bullpen. Jesse Chavez, after Kyle Davies gives up 3 runs in 5 innings.
Kyle Davies could be the pitcher of record here tonight. The Royals hold on to this lead, leading 4-3. Chavez comes in for the 6th time since the trading deadline. His last time out was the last ball game in the Angels series. He gave off the walk-off home run to Bobby Abreu. Royals got swept in that series. It was Wednesday afternoon on the West Coast.
A little bit low to Lance Berkman, who drove in the 3rd and final run in the Yankees' 3-run 3rd inning as they tied the game up. Royals moving ahead again on Billy Butler's home run. Berkman is also walked. And ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Popped up in front of the Yankees dugout. And Vetemite brings it down for the out. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Kansas City Royals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre with Paul Splittorff and Joe Goldberg, with producer Kevin Shank, director Steve Kurtenbach, associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, and the producer of Royals Live is TJ McGinnis, along with the rest of our Fox Sports Kansas City crew. Getting through the rain, Austin Kearns, after striking out in 2 at-bats against Kyle Davies, has a 1-out single in the 6th.
Seeing a lot of first ball hitting since the game has been picked up again. This fastball in the middle part of the plate. Very glad to see Kyle Davies leave after the 2 punch-outs that he had earlier on tonight. He's 1 for 3 in the evening. It was a 5-game hitting streak.
And now Brett Gardner, who led off the 4th inning with a double, but the Yankees weren't able to get him to third base, let alone get him home, as Kyle Davies got Jeter, Granderson, and Teixeira. In fact, Kyle retired the last 6 hitters after dealing with 2 base runners in the first, a walk in the second, to 3 runs in the third. No balls, 2 strikes to Gardner. Jesse Chavez, originally a property of the Texas Rangers, a 42nd round pick in 2002. One and 2 on Gardner, and still looks plenty slender on the mound, but he has filled out since becoming a professional. When he first signed, he was about 5'11" and 130 pounds, but didn't pitch like that. The fastball in the mid-90s. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Gardner.
Comes to the fastball, the slider, and a straight changeup now. Texas over the years has had a hard time developing pitchers. May continue to have a hard time doing that with that big hitters ballpark that they're in, extreme temperatures, but over the last couple of years, they've kind of turned it around a little bit. They got one of the better young staffs in all of baseball.
3 and 2. And Jesse will tell you that something that has hurt him in his career and something that he's working on now is reducing the walks. He realizes he has a good fastball, a hard slider, and when it is right, his out pitch is his changeup. And that's what Jason Kendall wants on this 3-2 pitch. Kearns is running, and Gardner takes ball 4. So the 4 fingers down from Kendall, and the wiggle means changeup. And Chavez left it up, and now the top of the order comes up with runners at first and second.
Well, to give it a different look right now with the runner on second base, I go through that series of signs. It'd be a whole lot more difficult to pick it up in the center field camera, but see how they get after Derek Jeter, the leadoff man.
Jeter is 1 out of 3 with a first inning single. Ball 1 from Chavez. Talking last night about Jeter being 36 years old, and maybe some of his numbers don't match what he's done earlier in his career, but one thing that has not tailed off is the amount of time he spends on the field. Flies to Mitch Meyer for the second out. Kearns will tag at second and advance to third. Jeter with 3 at-bats tonight and 480 on the year. That's the most in the major leagues. So even at 36 and playing a demanding position like shortstop, he's still out there every day. He's only missed 2 games all season.
Ryan, some of the really great ones feel that the people come to the ballpark to see them play, and they feel that it's their responsibility to do everything they can to stay in that lineup. Derek Jeter is one of the guys that has that same approach.
And now runners at the corners for Curtis Granderson. Inside at 96 miles an hour, Granderson was in the middle of the Yankees' 3-run third with a single and a run scored. That was an inning that began with Kyle Davies making a great pitch on Derek Jeter. Really tied him up, got a weak ground ball to short. And then Kyle made a good pitch in on the hands of Granderson, but he muscled a bloop single out into center field, and that turned into a 3-run inning. Gardner takes off. Kendall will not throw. And Brett Gardner has his 33rd stolen base. Up the left field line, slicing away from Gordon and into the first row.
It was a factor early in the ball game. It was blowing out at the start of the game when the weather came through. It was blowing in hard from left field, and right now, no wind at all. Hopefully the weather will not be a factor the rest of the night.
Past first base coach Mick Kelleher. I had read that prior to this series, Curtis Granderson had been spending time with hitting coach Kevin Long, trying to shorten his swing and trying to limit the movement that he has at the plate as the pitch comes in. And as the pitch does come in and you watch him, he has a few little twitches and movements that would be hard to time up and get them all together at the same time. A slow roller to Betancourt. Granderson is out, and the Yankees leave 2 in scoring position. To start planning your next Missouri getaway. You're seeing the images of the Kemper Museum of Contemporary Art located in Kansas City. The Kemper Museum includes nearly 1,000 works in all media, including painting, sculpture, installations, prints, and works on paper, photography, and time-based media. To learn more, go to visitmo.com. A combined 2 hours and 41 minutes of rain delays. So to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Royals in front by 1. Second inning for Chad Godin. He'll get Mitch Meyer, Yuniesky Betancourt, and Gregor Blanco. Godin taking over for Dustin Mosley after the long delay. Walked the first hitter that he faced, Kila Kaihue. He inherited one base runner. He also inherited one out. And after the walk, struck out Alex Gordon and Mike Aviles. On the corner, Mitch is down, so now Godin has struck out 3 in a row.
Royals last night got a lot of the bottom part of their batting order. About half of their base hits came out of the 7, 8, 9. And the same story here tonight. They've scored 4 runs. And 3 of them come from the lower third. So maybe something gets going right here.
So a 2-run double and a single after going 0 for 4 last night. And Ned Yost had moved him up in the batting order to number 6 after having a good road trip on the West Coast. 1 ball, 1 strike. Laid off, 2-1. And fouled off the left field line. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Another off-speed pitch on the Betancourt right there. He's out in front and pulled it. That's the ball that he hit up in the left field corner. His first time up tonight was a high changeup. That went for the double and the 2 RBIs. Hot potato out there in left field.
How many times can one guy not catch a ball? Reaching. And he pops it over to Shera, who makes a great sliding catch in foul territory. He already has 3 Gold Gloves in his career.
Tough play for the first baseman. First of all, the range, the depth he had to get into the outfield, but the angle that he had. That ball's coming right over his head. Unable to line it up. Just retrieves as quickly as you possibly can. And just in foul territory is able to make that catch. It's about as good as he gets from that angle.
And now Gregor Blanco, who has 2 hits and 3 stolen bases. It's also grounded into a double play. Certainly can't call 4 runs a huge night. And the Royals still have several more at-bats on offense. But this is just the 3rd time this month the Royals have scored 4 or more runs. And only 1 time this month have the Royals scored more than 4 runs. One and one.
Well, 17 runs in 9 ball games on that last road trip made it tough. 2.017 batting average. Now that has really turned around since they've gotten here to Kauffman Stadium to open this homestand. Even dozen hits last night. Even up with the Yankees with 8 hits apiece here tonight.
And even with the lack of offense, the Royals have still been playing a lot of close games because of the pitching. 8 of the last 10 games the Royals have played have been decided by 2 runs or less. And another close one tonight with a 4-3 lead in the bottom of the 6th. The Yankees have been doing the same thing lately. They have played 4 straight 1-run games. Finished up the Red Sox series with a 1-run game. split 2 games in Texas. Those were 1-run games. And then hung on last night for a 4-3 win. Broken bat, and this time Teixeira goes down to his knees to block it. And the Royals go down 1-2-3 in the 6th inning. Delay, and early in the game the Royals came up with 3 in the bottom of the 2nd.
Yaniesky Betancourt, who came in the ball game after going 0 for 4 here last week, had an RBI double his first time up and ready to bear, and then Jason Kendall with that drive to left field, he gets an RBI. 3rd inning, the Yankees came right back, top of the 9th inning, got a break there on the ground ball to Aviles, went for an infield hit, got Granderson home, and Robinson Cano, who's hit the right field, drives in another one. Nice Berkman buries this one into the right field corner. Rodriguez scores, and that's the 3-run top of the 3rd for them. Then it was Billy Butler in the Royals half of the 5th inning, banging it off the foul pole. And Burns in the process throws it back on top.
And now Teixeira, who has already just missed a home run to the right field side, fouls it away. 1 ball, 1 strike. After he just missed a home run in the 3rd inning, and he hit it almost to rivals in the right field corner, but foul. He then hit a double to right, came around to score.
And after another very slow start here in 2010, he went 0 for 17 to open the season. He had a terrible month of April. He's a guy that almost spots the rest of the league a month head start, and then runs everybody down in the home runs, RBIs, runs scored. He's the first player in the American League this year to score 80 runs and drive in 80 or more. Giving everybody else the first month to go ahead and get a lead on him.
Jammed him, and a pop up to the left side. Betemit makes the play, so Teixeira is 1 for 3. Let's find Joe Goldberg.
Well, Ryan, Alex Rodriguez coming up. I'm pretty sure he does not suffer from triskaidekaphobia. Same for former Royals Andres Blanco, Alberto Callasco, Sal Pisano, and for a brief stint, David Cohn. They all wore the number 13. I don't think Joakim Soria is superstitious either. 24 straight saves. Ties a club record set by Jeff Montgomery back in 1993. Monty's streak of 24 straight came to an end August 13th, 1993, 17 years ago to the day. It also happened to be Friday the 13th. I am not in any way suggesting that Joakim Soria's will end as well on Friday the 13th. As a matter of fact...
But if it does, it's your fault.
Sure it is. As a matter of fact, it is just turning Saturday the 14th right now. of course, if you believe in these type of things, it will go in the books as Friday the 13th. But, you know, Monty wasn't superstitious, and I know Sawyer's not superstitious. Just wanted to bring up that kind of odd. 17 years ago to the day, Monty, he didn't necessarily remember the date. He just remembered Frank Thomas, who went on to be an MVP that year, hitting a home run.
Well, since it has hit midnight, as we like to say on nights like this, it is now officially tomorrow. Strike to Robinson Cano. 1 out of 3, drove in a run in the 3rd inning.
And you're talking about how effective the changeup is for Chavez, and goes to it early right there. Ball just does not get to home plate. Now we know what Joel was doing during those 2 rain delays. How many Friday the 13th did the guy play in? He'll have it.
Triskaidekaphobia. Robinson Cano is not reading the ball out of the pitcher's hand. Remember back in the 5th inning, top of the 5th inning, against Kyle Davies, he just stood there and looked at 3 fastballs. And now he's let a hittable fastball pass against Chavez. And reaching, pulls it foul off to the first base side.
Yankees are in the early part of a stretch very similar to what the Royals are finishing up right now. The Royals in game 28 of 30 of 31 days. And the Yankees in a stretch right now where they're going to play 36 games in 37 days. This is game number 8 for them. They're 4-3 so far.
There's the changeup. Cano strikes out, and the Yankees are down in order. Over 2 hours and 40 minutes of rain delays tonight. Here's tonight's in-game box score presented by Mass Mutual. And Gregor Blanco, who left the game early last night because of heat exhaustion, has come back with 2 hits tonight, and he has stolen 3 bases. Billy Butler has a solo home run. That's the difference in the game, coming in the bottom of the 5th inning before the 2nd and longest rain delay. And Yuniesky Betancourt has a couple of hits and has driven in 2 runs.
Kerry Woodby is the 3rd pitcher of the night for New York. Just acquired at the trading deadline from the Cleveland Indians. The Yankees made 3 moves right there at the deadline to bring in new players. Lance Berkman, who is playing tonight. Kern, the right fielder, and now Kerry Wood, the third acquisition they made at the trading deadline. Former closer for the Cleveland Indians, a starter for the Chicago Cubs. Always a hard-throwing right-hander, but he's had a hard time staying healthy throughout his career.
1-1 to Jason Kendall, and Kerry Wood has been on the disabled list again this year. He started the season on the DL, problem with his upper back, and that was the 13th time in his career that he has spent some time on the disabled list. Great curveball, and it's 1-2 to Kendall, who is 0 for 2 and has driven in a run with a sacrifice fly. At the beginning of the game, or right before the game, the Royals honored Kendall with his 2000th career game caught. That was back on July the 26th, and the Royals gave him a framed picture with autographed signatures of the other 4 Major League catchers who have reached the 2,000 game milestone. And the Royals presented him with a gold-plated catcher's mask. Still 1-2. Remember this tribute? Was that today or was that yesterday? Okay. Who was the oldest catcher ever to lead the majors in games caught in a single season? I'll say Carlton Fisk.
It's a good call. I'll go with that.
He's not even in the top 5. Wow. Jeter handles a tricky hop and gets Kendall for the first out. Jason Kendall is 4th. Wow. Bob Boone, 147 back in 1985. Al Todd split-faced him back in the late 30s. He was a good high ball hitter, wasn't he?
Pretty good, yeah. He was okay. Tony Pena, I did face him. It was in spring training. He was at the Pirates.
And he was a good anything ball hitter.
Oh, yeah. Just let go of it, and it was in his zone.
Billy is singled, walked, and homered. Royals over the past 2 years have done some big things against Kerry Wood late in games. Their biggest comeback last year happened here at Kauffman Stadium against Kerry Wood, and had a come from behind win against the Indians in Cleveland very early this season. And before the game was over, Kerry Wood, on his way back to the dugout, threw his glove in the stands. Two and two.
Kerry Wood has kind of an interesting setup now, playing for Joe Girardi. Girardi was his catcher for 3 years when they were both with the Chicago Cubs. That would have been back in 99, 2000, 2001, right in there. Now playing for him.
Right back to him. Throws a grenade over to first base to get Butler 2 down. Don't miss Jackie Stiles, the all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball history and a WNBA Rookie of the Year award winner. She'll throw out the first pitch tomorrow. That's before the 6:10 game with the Royals and the Yankees. And the first pitch is usually sometime between 5:50 and 6 o'clock. For more details, go to Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS. Kerry Wood will face
earlier on tonight, but seeing the Royals leading now 4-3, getting a little deeper into the Yankee bullpen. They come with their third reliever of the night, and we need a ruling right now because Boone Logan had his birthday on Friday the 13th. So is this his birthday? This is now Saturday. At any rate, he's in for the 29th time this year.
That's a good question. I think the final stats will just be a result of when the game started, right?
So he's pitching on his birthday.
I think he's still pitching on his birthday.
Okay.
It's still his birthday in the Mountain and Pacific time zones.
Can we see the mountains from here?
So the Yankees wanted Wilson Betemit to bat right-handed rather than lefty against Kerry Wood. And as a left-hand batter tonight, a single, a fly out to center, and a walk. And then the Royals have a couple of left-hand batters coming up after Betemit, and Keila Kaihue and Alex Gordon.
Not a lot of difference this year between left and right for Betemit. 341 from the left side, 325 for over here on the right. I think long term his numbers overall much better as a left-handed hitter. At least what we have seen this year. That would seem to be the case. A whole lot more power from the other side of the plate. Been a pretty good bat for the Royals. Working across the top of the zone. Boone Logan has good velocity, likes to ride that high fastball.
3-1. Well, we've had one pitcher tonight, Chad Gaudin, who made his major league debut here at Kauffman Stadium, and now a pitcher on the mound who got his first major league win against the Royals. Boone Logan when he was with the White Sox back in '07. Right to Cano, who was guarding the middle. Betemit is out, and so are the Royals in the 7th inning as they hang on to a 1-run lead.
Never had before. But I think we're going to need one, though, now that we know they have them.
Can't be fun at the old ballpark.
Maybe the phone call went in for Blake Wood. Got him out of the bullpen. His last time out was the 9th inning appearance in Los Angeles against the Angels on Wednesday afternoon. 3 games in that last road trip. He had 1 in Oakland, 1 in Seattle, last one in Anaheim. Now reclaiming that 8th inning job now of the Royals bullpen. Your thoughts?
I'm just thinking that whoever he's talking to is probably not watching the game. In and out of Betemit's glove. He's been having trouble lately at third base. So an error charge to him, and for the Royals, their 84th error of the year.
Certainly a makeable play. High hop right there. He's able to get to the short hop. Able to cross, keeping in his glove, and Bednarmeat will make his 4th error of the year. Seems like all of those have come over at third base as well. So that is not the start you wanted to give New York.
And this late in the game, the Yankees are going to go with better speed over at first base. Ramiro Pena will run for Posada. And now Lance Berkman, who drove in the 3rd and final run in the Yankees' 3-run 3rd inning, the only inning they've scored tonight. And Blake Wood almost threw it into the dugout suite.
A little bit amped up right there, saw an opportunity to maybe get a pickoff. Because every time they come in with a pinch runner, you figure, well, something is on. I mean, they didn't bring him in just to have him sit over there at first base. They go straight steal, they go hit and run. How do they want to play it right here? Berkman can handle the bat pretty well.
And remember, Blake Wood got off to a great start after he was called up from the minor leagues. But the Royals were a little concerned about his time to the plate, and that in situations like this, 8th inning, close game, Royals had the lead, that teams were starting to run on him, so they made a mechanical adjustment so that he would be quicker to the plate. But then he was having trouble with his mechanics and his control. It is line to left, and Alex is there for the out. So now Blake has the adjustment down, more comfortable with the change that he has made and getting outs again.
Ryan, the Royals really weren't all that comfortable getting him up to the big leagues as early as they did. They really did it out of necessity because their entire bullpen had blown up early on in the year. So he came up from AAA before he was really ready for some adjustments they wanted to make at the minor league level before he got here. Figuring if he tried to make it here, he'd have the problems that he eventually ran into.
Nick Swisher will bat for Austin Kearns, and last night had 3 hits, all singles, also walked, so he was on base 4 times. Pena has 4 stolen base attempts. He's been successful each time. Pena started and stopped, and it's ball 1 to Swisher.
And Pena really digging in over there at the base pass, trying to get a little more footing, a little more solid footing, and put the drying compound down on the skin portion of the infield after that last 2-hour rain delay. Wants to make sure that there's nothing all that loose under the spice, and that's where he gets to right there.
Had him leaning and picked him off. Now the Royals just have to tag him out, and he got past Betancourt. Unbelievable. How in the world does that happen?
Well, Billy Butler went after the base runner and wanted to make him commit. Betancourt played that right. That is a timing play, and you want the guy who's going to get the throw to time it and step up so that runner can't get away from him. It's Billy Butler's responsibility to get the ball to Betancourt on time so he can grab it, make the tag before the base runner can do anything about it. But the throw comes too late. Pena is by Betancourt. It's not the shortstop's fault. That's the first baseman who has the ball in his hand. Timing play, the timing broke down right there.
So no pickoff. That's a stolen base.
Then Betancourt plays this right. He steps up. Billy really plays it right, too. He forces that base runner to commit. Now, you want your infielder to get close to the base runner, but you can't get burned right there. And it's Butler's responsibility to give up the ball on time to Betancourt, who played it right.
2 balls and no strikes on Swisher. who was 2 for 2 against Blakewood in New York last month with a single and a double. Now 2-1. Later tonight, it's game 3. Phil Hughes, who's won 13 games, 13-5, going up against Sean O'Sullivan, who will face the Yankees for the 3rd time in less than a month. Ivy Royals live at 5:30, and the first pitch is at 6:10. 2-2 on Swisher.
Hughes is an American League All-Star this year.
Not bad, considering a couple of years ago, the Yankees weren't quite sure what to do with him. Then he became a dependable setup man for Mariano Rivera. They put him in the rotation, and he's 13-5.
So apparently you can do anything you want with him. It's going to be okay.
Struck him out. And for Nick Swisher, that is his 102nd strikeout of the year.
Lakewood has a good hard sinking fastball and a slider. That one stayed in the middle of the plate. Looks like maybe Swisher pulled off that ball a little bit. Swung over the top. He's the second out of the inning.
And now Brett Gardner, who has doubled, walked, stole a base. He has Pena down at second base and 2 away. Good late movement, catches the inside corner, 0-1. Gardner doubled leading off the 4th inning. And that was in a tie game, but he never got to 3rd. And now in the 8th inning, Pena at second base, 1 out. Royals trying to leave him there. Outside, 1-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Gardner has some power, not a lot, but that's not the way the Royals are lined up in the outfield. He does have 5 home runs. One of those is an inside the park home run. He has 10 doubles and 4 triples. And with his speed, if he hits a gap, he might have another inside the park home run. Billy gets a big hop and gets it to Blake Wood. So the error and the misplay does not result in a run. Yeah. Stay in right field. And the Yankees ran for Jorge Posada. So it's Francisco Cervelli behind the plate. Cervelli started last night's game. So it's been a long night, but at some point we will get to Boulevard Royals Live. Let's get a preview from Joel Goldberg.
And we got our closer, Jeff Montgomery, ready for Saturday morning Boulevard Royals Live. Let's see what happened in this game. Well, Kyle Davies pitched. We'll talk about that. Hopefully a Royals victory. We'll hear from Ned Yost and much more coming up on Boulevard Royals Live. Guys?
And I think we should also evaluate your time from the press box down to the booth. That was impressive.
I jumped a couple stairs, did a little running. It's hard to remember what inning we're in, you know? Sitting up there, and they're pointing to the monitor. I'm like, oh, great. They got me on TV.
Well, it's only the second biggest high-definition screen in the world. Here's
There we
Joel.
go. Let's see.
Yep.
I got to go.
Yep, we got to go.
Now that's not really a good starting speed.
And this is with
There
15
we go.
seconds to go.
Now still not too fast. There goes the
There we
run.
go.
All right. And then you didn't see the sprint down the stairs.
I was thinking, too, that there was a bit of a, don't let him see you sweat, play it cool type of a thing when you first got up. But then when you got to the second row and no one saw you, that's when you went into the next gear.
Now, I will say it's easier to sprint down those stairs than up.
I'm impressed he's not breathing hard.
Well, that's why the update was so short.
Keela down on strikes, 0 for 3 tonight. Boone Logan came on for the final out of the 7th inning. And he'll get another left-hand batter, and Alex Gordon. Alex with 2 strikeouts tonight and 0 for 3. Bunted foul towards third base coach Eddie Rodriguez. Boone Logan hasn't always thrown like this. He was in the White Sox organization, and he was a candidate to be released. And so he realized he needed to make a change, so he dropped down his arm angle. It gave him, obviously, deception. But surprisingly, with such a dramatic change in arm angle, it gave him better control. And all of a sudden, he became a prospect. And from A-ball in 2005 to the big leagues in 2006. And he's as tough as they come against left-hand batters. In fact, Boone Logan now has retired the last 19 left-hand batters he has faced.
White Sox got some mileage out of him. He had 68 appearances out of him in 2007, 2008. He appeared in 55 ball games. So White Sox figured out what they could do with him, and they figured it out this level.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Alex. Alex is nothing out of 10 against Boone Logan. And he struck him out 4 times. Hanging in there at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I wouldn't say Alex is a different hitter now than he was last year and early on this year, but he's a better hitter now since he's been back. They did a good job with him in Omaha. A lot shorter to the ball, didn't get tied up as much. Seemed like everybody in the league was able to pitch him inside over the last year plus. It's a little tougher to get in there now.
And he is so strong that if he really just wanted to stay back and use his hands more and not try and generate any power using his upper body or anything extra from his lower body, he is still going to hit for a lot of power. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Ryan, when you think power, you're normally thinking home runs. In this ballpark, I don't think it's all that important. I think you're better off being a gap guy, left center, right center, fourth center to play you one way or the other. Now they shade him the opposite way, but the open alley is right center field. I think just work the middle of the field, be more effective in this ballpark because it's so big, being more of a doubles hitter. A little bit along the lines of what Billy Butler was doing now. Mike Sweeney before him.
And the doubles will play. They will score plenty of runs as long as the Royals can combine that with some speed.
You got to have some bats in your lineup. You can't center it around 2 or 3 guys right in the middle and nothing else to balance it out. You got to have some contact guys who can put it in play.
Tied him up with a fastball in. So Alex battled to get it to 3-2, and now Boone Logan has retired the last 20 left-hand batters he has faced.
Good combination of fastball and slider, movement on both of them, the ability to keep the ball down. Suddenly that fastball rushes up there in the mid-90s. Logan's been able to do that the last 3 or 4 years and overpower left-handed hitters.
So one former Cornhusker is down, another one comes in. Meyer coming up after that. Tonight 4-3 thanks to the Chevy play of the game back at the beginning of the bottom of the 5th inning.
With one out, nobody on, Billy Butler hit this fly ball down the right field line. The wind pushed it a little bit closer to the foul pole. In fact, pushed it off the foul pole. Just fair. The Royals have held the lead since that bottom of the 5th inning.
And then a rain delay of 2 hours and 10 minutes in the middle of that bottom of the 5th inning. And now Jabba Chamberlain comes on with 2 out and nobody out.
And how about this 51st appearance for him? Leads the Yankees by a wide margin. Mariano Rivera will be next on their club. He's been in 44 games. Chamberlain did not have a great first half for New York.
Starting to pick it up lately. And over his last 7 appearances, has given up just 2 hits, and that's over 7 1/3 innings. He's ahead of Mike Avila, 0-2.
Ryan, that's one of the reasons that the Yankees wanted to make that deal for Kerry Wood to get him in their bullpen, because of the first half. Jabba Chamberlain, David Robertson, who pitched here last night, were having a hard time getting the ball to Mariano Soriano and Mariano Rivera. Both these guys had an ERA on the high side of 5.5, so they need to get another arm in their pen to get the ball to Rivera.
Avila somehow made contact with that pitch, 99 miles an hour and up. Royals are down. Now the Yankees will face Soria in the bottom of the 9th. Oh, that's right. Derek Jeter leads off the 9th inning, and Joakim Soria throws a strike to him. Joakim going for his 25th consecutive save, which would be a team record. Right now tied with Jeff Montgomery at 24 in a row. Monty did it back in 1993, and his streak ended on Friday the 13th. And that was also on August the 13th. And even though we are past midnight, so technically it's Saturday the 14th, the stats will go down as Friday the 13th. It'll be Jeter, Granderson, and Teixeira. Soria got some work last night in a non-save situation. Faced 3 and retired 3. Just missed, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Soria aggressive, getting right after Jeter. Got ahead 0-2, and how about that one?
Still alive.
Kind of a delicate balance to keep your closer sharp by getting him in the ball game. The Royals did that here last night. He came on to pitch the 9th inning. He had just 12 pitches in that outing, so hopefully he is okay. But Royals won 2 games on that last road trip. He saved both of them. Saved number 30 and 31 of the campaign.
Derek Jeter is 2 for 2 with a double in the past against Soria. Last night, Joakim got Mark Teixeira, Alex Rodriguez, and Robinson Cano. Grounded into left field. Bedamit was over guarding the line, as the corner infielders will do in a 1-run game. Jeter has his 2nd hit.
And by guarding that line, you give up your regular defensive position, so it gives him no opportunity to make that play to his left. But you took away the double or the possible triple. Now you got to work with a man on base.
And a man on base who has stolen 12 bases this year. The Yankees with 2 tonight. Down below the knees, ball 1 to Granderson. Granderson is 1 out of 4. The Yankees have not scored since the bottom of the 2nd inning, which seems like 2 days ago with all the rain delays. That evens the count at 1-1. Now, Granderson has seen a lot more of Soria than Jeter, having played all those years with the Tigers. He is 2 out of 11. Joakim has struck him out 5 times. Deep to right field, but Granderson was out in front.
Granderson has always been capable of the long ball. Thought that might play out well for him in New York, maybe better so than at Comerica Park. The ball seemed to carry well at that ballpark a year ago. You don't hear so much now in 2010. A lot of home runs hit the right field at Yankee Stadium a year ago. Granderson, even though he's cut down on his swing a little bit, still a strikeout candidate.
Left field, deep, but Alex is there, and there is 1 out. Jeter was halfway, may have been able to tag up and move to second base. So there is 1 out.
So Soria might come back with an off-speed pitch, see if he gets the strike up at the fastball in the outer half of the plate, lifted to left field. Should not carry as well now as it did early in the game.
Boy, if Jeter tags there, Alex took a couple of steps back before he threw the ball back to the infield. So Jeter thought that ball was going to carry deeper than it did. Now Teixeira pops it up. And Kendall is there, and he dropped it. Kendall charged with an error.
Might be one of the easier pop-ups he's ever had to handle in better than 2,000 games. No sun to deal with, no wind. Lights will not come into play right there. Closed the glove a little bit early. It bounded away.
Teixeira last night against Soria grounded out to second base. He is 0 for 3 altogether. Now you're talking about left-hand batters going to Yankee Stadium, and it could be an advantage, but at the same time, I think you have to be pretty mentally strong to not change your game to try and shoot for that right field porch. It didn't bother Teixeira last year as he tied for the league lead in home runs and led the league in RBIs. Her ball is just foul. We've seen many left-hand batters that the Yankees have traded for or signed, and they are just not the same when they go to New York.
And Lance Berkman found out a little bit about that when he came over in the trade, right at the trading deadline. He got off that bad start, and he got booed at Yankee Stadium. Now, a veteran guy, he'll handle a little better than a young guy, but that's tough to take when you're in a new ballpark with new fans who want to get off to a good start. He did not.
Got him. The Royals have been perfect this year when they have had a lead after 8 innings. In fact, only the A's and the Yankees have better records than the Royals when leading after 8. It's still a perfect 1,000 winning percentage. The A's and Yankees have just had more opportunities. So it's down to Soria and Alex Rodriguez. Soria got him to ground out to second base last night and throws a strike. So the ground out last night against Soria makes Rodriguez 2 out of 4 against the Royals closer. Grounded up the middle and past Betancourt. And Jeter will go to third base. And the Royals still have the lead with 2 outs because Jeter did not tag on the fly ball to deep left field.
Yes, Betancourt was shaded a couple steps to his right, trying to take away the hole on the left side, leaving the middle of the field open. That's the reason he can get to this ball. If he's playing straight up, he would have been able to make that play to his left. Jeter never even hesitated, going around second on his way to third. Blanco gets the ball back into the middle of the infield to get that force out in play at second. Didn't figure the Yankees would go quietly here in the ninth, and they have not.
Last night, Joakim Soria facing 3, the final out. Robinson Cano hit a ground ball off of Soria's leg. And it ricocheted over to Billy Butler perfectly. Butler then underhanded the ball to Soria, a 1-3-1 play, and then Soria appeared to roll his ankle on the bag. And that ground out makes Cano 0 for 7 against Soria. Grounded to Aviles. Nice chest high hop, and the Royals take game 2, 4-3. And Joakim Soria now has a team record 25 consecutive saves. So Friday the 13th doesn't bother him. And he surpasses Jeff Montgomery, who first established the record back in 1993. So a good comeback victory for the Royals tonight.
If you're going to set a record, you might as well set it against the most powerful team in the American League. Most people feel that that would be New York Yankees on a long night. Everybody anxious to walk out of here with the win. It's about 1:45 in the evening. Joakim Soria able to nail this one down and pick up a win. Kyle Davies, the starter, will walk out with it. Soria will get the save. If he holds in the bullpen with Blake Wood, Jesse Chavez before the save, going to Joakim.
It was a short game, comparatively speaking, when you faced the Yankees, 2 hours and 55 minutes, but it was a long night with over 2 hours and 40 minutes of rain.